Tangible.
Holy f*** is back.
Awesome.
Oh!
Safe and sound.
Howdy everyone and welcome to Save and Sound, the celebration of music in games. We are your co-hosts this evening. I am Hans.
And I'm Kate.
And today is day 3 of the showcase, which means this is the last time that you'll be seeing us this year. But it's not time to sulk right now because we have 4 hours of musical and video game goodness to look forward to. We have gathered about 70 studios for Save and Sound to watch video game concerts, audio deep dives, and, just share some good times together.
Just like Day 1 and 2, the show tonight is organized in blocks. So we will shortly present 4 to 5 games, then we will watch their content, and then you can find us right here for another hosting segment. In total, we have around 4 hours of amazing, unique content for you to watch. Alongside this event, we have a Steam sale, where you can find all the featured games and soundtracks, as well as new exciting demos to try. You can also check out the 2022 edition on the bottom of the page.
And tonight we are giving away an AMD Radeon RX 7900 XTX. I mean, this thing is a spaceship. I'm pretty sure that it's one of the highest end graphics card that they have available at the moment. And to enter, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is write your chat username and your email address in a form that will be linking in chat very soon. And make sure that you stick around, during the show, because we will be shouting you out, and you should be here for that. We'll also be giving away game keys of participating games like Baldur's Gate 3, Vampire Survivors, Cloudpunk, and many, many more. But I think it's time for some content. What do we have coming up?
We are starting today off with the game Where Birds Go to Sleep. It's by Quiet Little Feet, and it's a story-rich, breathtakingly beautiful role-playing adventure where you enter Cormo's mind as he embarks on a mission to chart a mysterious island shrouded in mind-bending fog. Martin Zuchter, the talented composer, artist, and writer on the game, will walk us through the music he made and play several pieces on his guitar. Next, we have Neuro Squad, Slay the Horde, the Bullet Heaven roguelike, where you can combine any weapon with any upgrade, and it's featuring the absolutely insane solo developer Matt Nemori with a headbanging performance. The third piece tonight is Nivalis, which is set in the same universe as the critically acclaimed neo-noir delivery sim Cloudpunk. In Nivalis, you can do many things, from managing restaurants and decorating apartments to fishing and romance. In this piece, we will see the composer for both games, Herrick Ridgely, talk about his music and sound design process.
We'll then be checking out Manor Lords, a medieval strategy game featuring in-depth city building, large-scale tactical battles, and complex economic and social simulations. They have provided us with an exclusive look into the orchestral recording of the soundtrack. And our last game of this block will be actually two games. It's WrestleQuest and Renfield, two games by the same studio called Megacat Studios. Aaron Lee will be performing tracks from both games. It's quite the show. That's all for now, and enjoy the content.
Have fun!
Quiet Little Feet, and I do the music for Where Birds Go to Sleep. I also do the art and writing jointly with my wife. For those of you who have played our demo, you will recognize the main menu music. So we want to make an instrumental cover of the main menu ambience track. Only there is no melody. Now, we have to find a melody, and there actually might be one, only it's omitted, and then it's up to us to actually hear it in, in all the frequencies and noises that are happening there. Now, I found one, and if someone else were to do this, they would find something else. Here it is. Right, that's what it sounds like on guitar, and of course we can play it in there's so many versions and octaves or levels at which we can play it. Rather, what it sounds like to me is... It's just me, or is it there? Yeah, so I've been listening to a lot of Aramaic prayer songs, and they are like choirs, you can look them up. They are fascinating, and I felt really, really inspired to make a similar song. Our game is set in this fresh, super fresh, half-fictional, Near Eastern, Middle Eastern setting. It's a mix of all the Mediterranean cultures. Now, the music in the game is not exactly historically accurate. It's sort of a mix, so we have Western timing, like half Western, half Oriental. So it does feel familiar. It doesn't feel exactly like the tropey desert music. This probably won't come across in the song, that's fine, but in my head it's about an unsuccessful ascent to heaven, or in more practical terms, being unable to attain something just out of reach. So first we will have a lot of pleading, a long journey, and then comes the rage. And after that, we will have some hope, where things will go up and up and up into a crescendo almost. And after that, there's the fall and a little skittering of failure. So yeah, this was a great challenge for me. I'm super happy I did it, and I hope you enjoy it with me.
Hi, I'm Harry and I'm the composer for the upcoming game Nivalis. Nivalis is a game soaked in atmosphere with a vibrant living world to explore. There's endless personal connections to be made as well as activities to engage in, so of course the score has to reflect that. So Nivalis is the city where the original Cloudpunk game was set, as well as the follow-up game City of Ghosts, both of which I did all the audio for, so I'm very familiar with how this world looks and feels. Characters play a vital role in this game, all with their own unique lives and characteristics, which opens the door for a very diverse score. This differs from the original Cloudpunk game, as well as City of Ghosts, which was focused more on the feelings of living in a dystopian city. So due to the theoretically endless amount of gameplay hours, the Nivalis score has to be much larger than that of the previous games. This of course does bring challenges, such as how to make each track diverse, but also recognisable as part of the same project. The music will also change depending on where you are in the game, so you'll hear a different style of soundtrack if you're towards the lower part of the city than you would hear if you were in your apartment or if you were just wandering the streets. The composition process varies from track to track. Sometimes I can just be designing a synth patch and play a string of notes which sound interesting, and then I'll develop chords around them and that'll evolve into a full track. Other times, we have weekly Teams meetings where the rest of the team will show their updates and I'll be able to see a level for the first time or a certain building for the first time, and that'll really inspire me to compose for that part of the game. Melancholia has always been the leading tone in the Cloudpunk universe, however Nivalis reaches out to a slightly more uplifting feeling. We do of course have a few references when it comes to how the score should sound, taking influences from synthwave and retrowave, as well as more cinematic cyberpunk scores. I try and create a blend of all of these elements, with the warm analog synths and arpeggios leaning into the diverse lives of the inhabitants, and then the big cinematic drums and the bass rumbles and the soaring synths to just show just how big Nivalis is. So for this track I started off with a simple arpeggio which I played on a synth patch that I made. Once I was happy with how that was sounding, I went about adding some effects such as delay and reverb, and then creating a supportive backing track on some pads. As you can hear, that just thickens up the tone of the sound and creates a nice backing feeling. The next thing that I did was write some supportive melodies on the Eastern instruments such as the Yangqin and the Erhu. I then manipulated some of this audio by reversing and pitching it to give it more texture. So if I play these Eastern layers together with the ARPs and the supportive pads, this is how it sounds. The next thing that I did was go about writing a percussive line, and this consists of big, deep cinematic drums, as well as shakers and cymbals, the latter of which have reverb as well as some delay, and this just helps with an overall sense of space. Up next, I went about making a bass line. I knew that we didn't need anything overly complex or rhythmic for this track, just something to really fill out the low end. So what I did was create a very simple sine sub bass and play the dominant notes of each chord on that bass. The bass does evolve throughout the track and becomes layered with some more typical synthwave sounds, especially towards the swells, just to give a bit more colour to how the track sounds. Once I had all of these layers fitting together nicely, I went about writing a lead. Because the nature of this track is ambient, I didn't necessarily want any prominent lead synth piercing through, so what I did was play the melody on 5 or 6 different synths and bring them in one after another, and soak them all in reverb. I also added overdrive and distortion on the high ends of the synths, just to colour them and help them push through without being intrusive. The final thing to do is the backing tracks. This includes things such as cinematic strings, solo cellos, pianos, ambient pads, hard panned left and right, as well as white noise and other sound effects. These layers really do help glue the track together, as well as add texture and a vast soundscape. The makeup of each composition usually consists of a mix of digital synths such as Astra, Serum, Spire and Massive, and I'll then mix in some external synths such as the Minilog and the Mini Nova, both of which are very versatile and allow you to create a wide variety of different sounds. I will also record some of the percussive elements live, such as the egg shakers, tambourine, snare drum and the cymbal rolls, as well as the hi-hat rhythms, which just keep things from sounding too static. I also do all of the sound design in the game, and that's mostly done with self-recorded sounds, which are then put into Ableton and manipulate until I have just what I'm looking for. Some of the sounds are obviously more straightforward, such as water splashing, the breeze, the rain, general street ambience. So what I would do is take my microphone out with me if I was going into the city or to the town centres, and just allow myself a few minutes to take in the sounds with the microphone there. Once I got home, what I would do is process those sounds by chopping them up, reversing some of the sections, adding some effects, just to make it indistinguishable from any specific sound, however recognisable as an ambience of somewhere that's busy. The visual vibrancy of the world and the extreme detail really does make it easy for me to imagine what sounds are needed and where. Working on Evolve has been a lot of fun, and in many ways it feels like a natural progression from Cloudpunk and City of Ghosts. As I said, it's been very interesting being able to explore different musical elements that layer on top of a vast dystopian foundation. I hope that there's some surprises in the score, as well as comforting familiarity. But most of all, I do hope that the music manages to capture just what it's like to live a life inside of Nivalis.
project's scope just increased with time. We started with samples. It was a small budget scope in the beginning, and through a lot of kind of online presence and hype and excitement around the game, you know, the scope increased, and we landed up here at Air Studios, which is an absolute dream come true for any composer. The two core components to the score was going to be cinematic music to capture the beauty of the game, and medieval music to capture the authenticity of the period that we're in.
I'd say that the biggest challenge for us was coming from the film side of things, and it's something that Greg keeps pointing out with us, is it sounds like an event's happening. It sounds like something's happening. So with gaming, it's quite interesting in that most of the music is background music, but you want it to sort of set the scene. You want to feel like you're in the world, but you don't want to be having moments where, you know, the dynamics are too big.
The strings element of the score to me was extremely important from the beginning because of how much detail there was to how the game looks, and you know, the puddles in the dirt roads and the trees rustling, and it just felt to me so important to capture that almost cinematically, offset by this strong, authentic medieval stuff.
Come along, lad. You spat it in my face, tried to carve me a new nipple.
But we found that some of the best stuff was actually the improvisational stuff, where the artists were free to sort of improv in their style. So maybe we could have a sort of a bass melody at the core, but then you allow the instrumentalists to sort of express it in their own way. So we've moved more into relying on the expression of the artists than, you know, our expression of it. I suppose that was a big learning as well.
sacred choir music, which is the music that you'd hear in medieval world, it's church music, is all inspired by scripture. And so when we set out, again in the beginning, writing choir music, we think melodically, and we start writing melodies and things that we think sound awesome and pretty and all that. But that's kind of the wrong end to tackle first. It's the melodies and the things are based off of the chants. And so we had to dig down and we had to go and find these actual old chants, and then write our music based on that to really capture what music they actually listened to, what they actually sang. There's just a magic to it that you just can't recreate, you know, in a modern sense. It's got its own flow to it. It's got its own pulse and its own heart. So we did use quite a lot of chants, existing chants, and we felt that these absolutely worked the best, and brought us right to the center of the period.
Welcome back! Where Birds Go to Sleep has a demo, Neurosquad Slay the Horde has also a demo, Nivalis is available for wishlisting, and Cloudpunk is 65% off. Manor Lords is coming soon, and WrestleQuest and Rankfield are also available for wishlisting.
We have Anglerfish coming up next, a game that only saves when you die. And when you die, something changes. Asta will be walking us through the soundtrack's composition. Then it will be time for Wanderer, probably one of the best VR games that you can get your hands on at the moment. It's a unique blend of escape room style puzzles, tactile hands-on interactions, and action arcade sequences to bring you the ultimate time travel experiences. James and Cassidy will be performing a song from the game. Our third segment will be Cassette Beasts, a game where you collect and combine awesome monsters to use them during turn-based battles in an open-world RPG. Joel will be talking about some tunes, and we'll even get a performance by Shelby Harvey.
Next, we have Beat Hazard 3, a twin-stick rhythm shooter where you can experience your music collection like never before. In this game, you can use any track you like and it will react to its beat. How that works will be explained to us by Steve Hunt. Lastly, we've got The Plague Doctor of Vipra, which is a point-and-click exploration game where you try to heal as many plague victims as possible. In this piece, we will get to witness a live string trio recording in St. Joseph's Church in the Netherlands. Enjoy the show!
Yeehaw!
Sabrine and I did the music for Anglerfish. So Anglerfish only saves when you die, and every time you die, something changes. Every change is based on where and how you died. And this game is all about surprising you. I'm so bad at playing computer games. I die all the time. But I like to watch when other people play, and I like to make music for them. We worked a lot on how we could create small and unique experiences with the music. For example, there's a sequence where if the player walks or stands still, then the game will switch between two different versions of Hall of the Mountain King. I think one of the most funny tracks to make was this hard dance version of the Hall of the Mountain King. And switching from this hard dance to this lullaby version is really like, wow, what's going on? I like that. Also doing this third version of this classical symphony that was like kind of hip hop. I found out that these I could make these these harpsichord chords, and they reminded me of this Still DRE track with Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg, and I thought, okay, so let's take this classical symphony track from hard dance and lullaby to hip hop, and then I put a bit of like some gospel singing on it, of some wannabe gospel stuff I'm singing, and I pitched it down so you don't hear it's me, I hope. In big parts of the game you can choose the background music by using the jukebox in the bar. In this jukebox there are 3 different horror songs that are inspired by 3 famous horror game series. And depending on which song is playing, a few things will be different. If the player uses a jukebox a lot, a secret song will appear that is the opposite of creepy. And this gives the player a chance to find me as a magical cat in the game, and I really love this feature. When John and Mariah, they sent me these 3 references of tracks that are in 3 pretty famous horror games that I had never played, but it was still, for me, it was quite easy to catch the vibe, and they were so different, and I had a lot of fun making these. In the process of making the music for this game, I was given a lot of freedom to explore and do all kinds of crazy things. Hey, stranger. This track is called Beautiful, and it's you can choose it on the jukebox if you want to listen to it. I imagined that I was this middle-aged woman drunk at a bar. I have seen someone that I really like, and I sing to this person. I'm not sad. I'm like in a good place, and I really want to take this person home with me. I used my M1 Korg keyboard, which is actually in a lot of music in this game. It's if there's a red thread between all of these different surprises, then it will be the M1 Korg keyboard, which has so many nice sounds that reminds me of my childhood, because they were everywhere in the 90s. When I work, I like to be where I feel like I'm a little bit into the deep end of the water. For example, I did this track where I rap. I listened a lot to hip hop when I was growing up, but I was never really that hip, so I never did anything like that. And it was great to be able to get the chance to do this. I pitched my voice down though, so you can't hear it's me, and don't tell anyone, because it's crazy. There are also several sequences in the game that are designed after the music was made. This is a sequence designed after my song The Tower, or Tårnet as it's called in Danish. The fact that this sequence in the game was made to fit the song The Tower is really cool for me to try, because it's usually the other way around. You walk through these flowers that have been closed the whole game through, and then when the song comes on, they spring out, while there are these two skeletons dancing with each other, and you get to hug your son. So it's a nice part, I think. When the music for Anglerfish was done, or at least when I thought it was done, John and Mariah asked me if I could do this track that would be surprising to them and to the player. I was reading this book about shamanism at the time, and it was really inspiring to me, and I thought maybe I could make this kind of a dark spiritual thing for the game, and so I jammed this mostly, this track.
Oh, hello there. I'm James Dean, sound designer and composer on Wanderer. Wanderer is a time travel VR adventure set in a post-apocalyptic Boston. The player takes on the role of Asher Newman and is tasked with traveling back through time to change specific events in order to bring about a more favorable future. On their adventure, the player finds themselves at all kinds of exotic locations, including the lunar landing in 1969, at a V2 rocket research facility in World War II, at Tesla's famous Wardenclyffe Tower, even at a Mayan temple under siege. But my personal favourite? A music festival at Bethel, New York in 1969. During this event, Asher embodies Harriet, drummer for the up-and-coming band Toads to Nowhere. Here, the player must help Harriet reunite the band, and in the process, solve the mystery of their missing singer, Jimmy, incapacitate an overzealous roadie, and even get Harriet's aura sorted out in a hazy tent backstage. The final task, after all the band's elements have been treated, is for them to play their single, Hand of Fate, in front of a crowd as far as the eye can see. An event that sends ripples through time and will change the future. The player must make sure that Harriet drums her heart out, and the performance goes down in history. And now, with a little help from my friends, here is our rendition of Hand of Fate.
When I was just a schoolboy, yeah, headmaster told me, son, you never make it out this dead end time. You'll be nothing till your days are run. On my 16th birthday, a guitar strapped on my back, I blew my mind and I blew this town, and I ain't ever going back. I ain't going back. Born under a bad sign, I made my mama cry. She never did get out of that bed, not till the day she died. Daddy said it's a hand of fate, been like that his whole life. You say you play the hand you're given, and the house it always wins. So I'm running, got the reaper on my back. No one ever gonna get a hold of me, blaze a fire across the black. I'm out running, Daddy's words came a little too late. The day I slowed down's the day that I die. Gonna wrestle down the hand of fate and punch a hole in the sky. Standing at the crossroads, chasing the devil this time. Ain't seen his face, don't know his name. Always lost to the scene of the crime. They say you play the hand you're given, in the house it always waits. So I'm running, got the reaper on the back. No one ever gonna get a hold of me, blaze a fire across the black. I'm out running, Daddy's words came a little too late. The day I slowed down's the day that I
Hey, I'm Joel Bayliss, composer for the new game Cassette Beasts. Now, if you don't know, Cassette Beasts is a monster collecting RPG where you find yourself in a strange new world where people are transforming into monsters using cassette tapes. But what gear do you use, Joel? What gear do you use? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'll tell you, not much. The production for Cassette Beasts was pretty bare bones on my end, to be honest. I had a mid-2012 MacBook Pro, which I've recently upgraded because it blew up. I've got a pair of bare dynamic headphones, which great sorted me out. I didn't even use monitors, which is pretty blasphemic in a lot of circles, but you know what? It worked for me. So these are great. And this baby right here, the SE X1A. Now this bad boy I used for guitars, vocals, cost me about 90 quid, and it's good enough. So if you're after a large diaphragm condenser on a budget, I would recommend the X1A, it is good. And then after that I've just got a very basic MIDI keyboard, a couple of lovely guitars, and a lot of heart as well, a lot of heart. Plugins, I used a lot of the Arturia Synth Collection 5, that's where I got a lot of my synth sounds from, because they've got a great library of like virtual versions of a lot of classic 80s synths, so that was super useful. And then apart from that, I'm a big ambassador of a good old stock plugin. Alright, I said it, I like a good stock plugin. Logic's compressors, the multi-band compressor's great. Even some of the reverbs, the Space Designer on Logic is great. I've since upgraded, mainly out of just kind of, I don't know, pressure than anything, but you know what, a good old stock plugin is great, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. So there's a lot of hard hitting rock tunes in this soundtrack, however there is a lot of like nice atmospheric stuff as well. It's got a wide range of different styles really, and ultimately the game's about just going, having fun and going on a little adventure with your mates. So there's some fun tracks on there as well for sure. One of the funnest being our jaunty merchant tune, our shop track. I love a good shop track, and we do love this one. It was originally in our previous game, Leonard's Inception, but we liked it so much that we thought we'd bring it into Cassette Beasts, give a little modern twist. So yeah, I'm just gonna jam it out. Because I like it. Yeah, check this out. So one of the main tracks in the game plays when you're in Harbour Town, this little hub area of the game. It's a cute little seaside town, and you spend a lot of time there going back and forth. So when you're in this area, in this little town, you got this little song playing called Wherever We Are Now. And it's this nice, chill, lovely little slow with a lovely vocal melody that hopefully sticks with you after you stop playing. I think it's one of the highlights of the soundtrack. So just to finish things off, we've got a nice little concert performance of it. with me and our singer Shelby Harvey. So thanks for listening, thanks for watching, and yeah, check this out. Nice one.
Do you feel it? A lack of wind, but abundance of air. We're all in the same ship, floating somewhere without any aim, but at least we're together. As we tether and link our arms as we think that there's no getting out here. I don't know you, but we'll make the most of wherever we are now. Slow floating under the stars now. It's okay to be uncertain, 'cause I'm certain it's fine to be floating here for a while with you, wherever we are now. We're not dead, suspended in a place of hush, not upset, just puzzled by the sense of amusement. It's amusing, losing all of our direction. Now we're lost. Tell me which way you wanna go. Tell me how far you're thinking, and I swear if you wanna go, I'll be right there by your side. 'Cause honestly it can go either way, but I think I'm alright with the chance that we might end up right back here, or wherever we are now. Slow floating under the stars now. It's okay to be uncertain, 'cause I'm certain it's fine to be floating here for a while with you, wherever we are now.
Hi, I'm Steve from Coldbeam Games, and this is a deep dive into the audio of Beat Hazard 3. Beat Hazard 3 is a twin stick music driven shooter, so you can use any music you like, your own music, stream music, and that you play to that as a track, and everything that is going on the screen is going to be linked to the music in some way. So I'll give you a quick demo of the basics, and then I'm going into a bit more detail of what the game's doing in the background. So one of the things to notice straight away is the music powering the weapons of the spaceship. So you can see the fire coming from the ship is linked to the music, intensity of different frequencies. If I power the spaceship right up, then it gets more and more intense. But it's not just the firepower of the ship, all the enemies, the way they move, the number of spaceships, and the rate that they fire is all linked to the music in some way. Some of it's very direct in that they pulse with the music. Other things are done more on the energy of the music over time. So for example, the energy might charge the ship's weapons up, and once the energy reaches a certain threshold, the ship will then fire. So some is not necessarily as apparent what's going on, but nonetheless it's still there happening in the background. Even the ships themselves, the ship there that I've just blown up and my own ship are procedurally generated from the music that I'm playing. So you see now once the music kicks off, everything goes pretty crazy. There's a snake boss. I'll just kill this. Now we can get into some more details about how the game works. I'll just quit out. So the game, it doesn't, like a lot of music-driven games, it doesn't need to know in advance what is coming. It doesn't need to read the music, it doesn't need to sort of know where the beats are. It reacts in real time in the same way, I guess, sort of nightclub lights or disco lights do. The massive advantage of that is I can use not only MP3s on your hard drive, but it could also deal with stream music, say from Spotify or a radio station. And also, because it's not, it can go on anything. If the music is very sort of quiet, or even if it's an audio book, the game will still function, which is a really nice thing these days, particularly with a lot of people using things like streaming services like Spotify. Even this spaceship here is procedurally generated by the music. So there's a number of parts that are in the game, and as the music plays, it sort of builds the ship. So every time you finish a track, you'll get a ship that's unique to that track. And if anyone else plays the same track, they'll get the same ship. So once you find a good one, you can share amongst your friends what you found, and other people can unlock that ship. If I switch this on. So this is the gubbins behind the scenes that the game is using. The top line is the PCM data, which is basically the sound wave that's coming through the system. So you can see it changing over time. That's used in some parts of the gameplay, but more importantly, the bit underneath is the frequency analysis of that waveform. And it uses a thing called a fast Fourier transform, which is a clever piece of maths, which basically takes that top wave, breaks it down into its constituent parts. So on the far left, you've got the low frequencies, and the higher the bar, the stronger that low frequency. In the middle, you've got the mid-range, and then on the far right is the high frequency noises. And you can probably see as the music's playing and parts of it are glowing, that signifies where there's a frequency that's really strong. And what the game does, it picks up on these frequencies and uses it to drive the gameplay. And in some parts, it will build up over time. So the frequency will keep adding up, and when it gets to a certain threshold, it will trigger an event. So that's how different frequencies over time can affect the gameplay as well. Another way that's brand new to Beat Hazard 3, in which the game uses music, is it enables you to create a whole galaxy from your music, or a collection of 5 million Spotify tracks that's embedded in the game. So what I've done is that those 5 million tracks are in the game with the metadata, and when it scans your files, it will grab the metadata. And I'll quickly show you how fast you can grow a galaxy. So if I add some popular genres, what it will do is add all those albums and artists to a big galaxy. So this has got 2,000 artists and 160,000 tracks. It would take you 430 days if you were to play all this. So let me zoom into one for an example. So that's an artist, and each one of these So that's a star cluster is the artist. Each star in this system is an album. So if you fly into here, you can then see the star, and each planet is a track. And what you do in the game, you build a mothership and you travel the galaxy, and if you want to capture a track planet, then you play the game to that piece of music. So the way that's structured is, what I do is I take the metadata from a track and I create what's called an MD5 hash. Basically a big string of numbers which is essentially random but unique to that data. And what's really nice about that is you'll always get the same hash from the same input. So if two people create the same galaxy, everything will be in the same place. It's random but predictable. And then what I do is essentially place these in a sort of shape like a galaxy that's big in the middle and goes out to the edges and flattens out. And then I can do this pinch. And what I do is apply a sine wave to the galaxy based on the number of arms, and then I add a twist depending on how far out the track is. So you can, once you've got that distribution, a sort of circular distribution, I can then squeeze and twist it to turn it into a galaxy, and then can apply colours. So that all that form there is coming from the metadata from the music, and that's used a lot throughout the game. For example, each time you complete a track, the game generates a unique spaceship for that track, and that is based on the hash of hash from the data from that track. So you can see how I'm using music to create a galaxy, which is essentially a one-to-one mapping of artist, album, artist, album, track to star, cluster, planetary system, planet. So thank you for joining me on this audio deep dive of Beat Hazard 3. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope there's a few things in there that are interesting and makes you want to go and play the game. Thanks for watching.
And welcome back, y'all. Anglerfish is 50% off right now. Wanderer is on sale with 20% off, I believe. Cassette Beast has a bundle sale going on, and Beat Hazard 3 also has a bundle sale, and Plague Doctor of Whipra also has a bundle sale. So many sales. I mean, maybe it's time that you sit down and have a serious conversation with your wallet's people. But let's keep the show moving. What kind of content do we have moving up, Kate?
First up is Flavor Favor, a colorful visual novel adventure about being an android, eating snacks, and fighting for liberation. Jafar the Superstar and Asma will talk to us about the music in the game. Flavor Favor also has a newsletter promotion running, where the first 100 subscribers will get the game for free when it comes out. The link will be posted in chat, so you should check it out. Next, we have Spells and Secrets, which is a charming roguelike co-op adventure, where you free the wizard school from magical beasts by using spells. Christoph Jordan will shed some light on his music composition, and then we'll experience a whimsical orchestral performance. The third piece of this block is Shoulders of Giants, an action roguelike where you play as a sword-wielding robot and at the same time as a gunslinging space frog. You can also choose to play with a friend and online in a 4-person team. In this piece, the talented Floex, aka Tomáš Dvořák, will dive deep into the audio of the game.
Then we will be checking out Exo Rally Championship, the galaxy's most dangerous off-road racing event. Rhys Lindsay, the composer of Exo 1 and Exo Rally Championship, he will be talking us through the game's soundtrack. And the last game for this block is The Veil Shadow of the Crown. It's an audio-based action-adventure. I mean, no joke, there are no graphics in the game. That sets out to breathe new life into medieval combat and fantasy narrative. By the way, we are also giving away an AMD RX 7900 XTX. Look at that thing. Look at the size of that box. I mean, okay, so there's going to be a link to a Google form in chat. All you have to do is put in your chat username and your email, and then, you know, we'll select some winners in 1 or 2 blocks. On to the content. See you later.
Oh, hi! My name is Jafar the Superstar, and I'm the lead writer on Flavor Favor, developed by Studio Malusi.
And I'm Asma, the composer and sound designer for Flavor Favor.
Flavor Favor is an upcoming soft sci-fi visual novel about an AI race called Fumers and their fight for freedom. Your fight for freedom.
Fumers are created in order to serve mankind unconditionally, but some fumers have been growing sentient and gained sense of agency, and with it, an urge to fight for their own liberation.
In Flavor Favor, you join a group of Fumer refugees on the remote island of Tuinu, who are trying to establish a community based around sustainable work ethics. You befriend or fight characters, explore your expanding senses, unravel mysteries and secrets and betrayals, and most importantly, eat snacks! The game investigates the politics of labor, artificial intelligence, and anthropocentrism. Who or even what is human? What is life, and how do we value it differently?
The sonic world of Flavor Favor is particularly exciting to work on, as the game encompasses both casual elements, such as slice-of-life interactions and cute aesthetics, while at the same time subversively tackling political topics. We have both the serenity and the lightheartedness of Tuino, which could sound like this.
As well as the hardships of reality and revolution through industrial metallic sounds, enhancing feelings of uncertainty and discomfort. character that you meet in Flavor Flavor is unique with their own interests, quirks, and identity. Your choices and approaches to dilemmas and conflicts and situations determines your own personality, which in turn also determines which relationships will be enriched and which will be estranged.
This is also reflected in the music, as each character has their own instrument and pace to the same melodies and themes. A personal voice in the soundscape, if you will. For example, this is the main theme. And this is the main theme in the eyes of the character Kai.
Very quirky, a little awkward, Beach Boy.
And another character, Yaya.
Very spiritual character who works in the garden and has faith in Gaia. A way of, emphasizing their newfound individuality as opposed to the anonymous mass productivity of their past.
I've also been building a continuous sound library for each character, finding nuances in their voices, depending on their moods and feeling towards you.
Alright, so that's about all the time that we have. Make sure to wishlist Flavor Favor on Steam or play the demo right now on itch.io.
Bye!
Oh, bye! Bye!
Hi, my name is Christoph, and I'm the composer and sound designer for Spells and Secrets, and today I would like to take you on a special journey, from the initial virtual creation of our soundtrack in my little studio, to a breathtaking live performance by an orchestra. But first, let's take a quick look at the game. Spells and Secrets is a 3D action-adventure game with puzzle mechanics and procedural elements that offers a magical sandbox for you to explore. Using creative spell combinations, you free the Academy of Greifenstein from mythical creatures. Every spell works on every target, from the first enemy to the final boss, and even environmental objects. And if you're tired of venturing alone, ask a friend to join you and discover the world of Spells and Secrets in local co-op. As the composer and sound designer, I've spent about 3 years creating and implementing all sound effects and, of course, the soundtrack. The game features about 500 individual sound effects and 45 music pieces, resulting in about 2.5 hours of original music. Most of the soundtrack was composed on the computer, but I play a lot of different instruments, so I enjoyed playing certain parts myself and added my personal touch to some sections. But we even brought in other musicians into the studio for the more intricate solos. This brought a blend of both worlds to the final piece, so I made use of the limitless options digital tools offer and the beautiful natural dynamics of live instruments. And I just let my imagination go wild and created sounds that are kind of larger than life. Because pretty much everything was done with virtual instruments, I wrote parts that went beyond what's usually playable, maybe even ignoring the individual sweet spots of each instrument. For example, I enjoyed treating the harp as a piano, even though it can't play every note without adjustments. And I also used a lot more violins in the mix than you would typically see in a live concert. So it was quite a challenge to turn this epic digital piece into an actual playable score. I either had to trim down or switch instruments, or even modify entire sections. But it was worth it. To me, the most rewarding part of this journey is seeing my work brought to life by the talented musicians of the Sinfonieorchester Ruhr. And it's an extra special experience for me, given they are not located far from my hometown of Oberhausen here in Germany, and feature some of the musicians that played in the recording as well. And now let me present to you the live performance of the main theme. Thanks for taking the time to listen and enjoy the music.
Dvořák aka Fluex, and welcome to my in-depth video about my recent soundtrack for the game Shoulders of Giants. This game is quite different than I usually do. It's a roguelike, where you operate frog and robot. It's very much about running and shooting. For those who know my work, I usually do more relaxing and atmospheric projects, like I did with Amanita Design. But it was actually why I really found this offer to make the soundtrack so interesting, because I got this opportunity to try something pretty different. When I think about this project and the approach to it, first thing which comes to my mind, it's idea of running in landscape, which is in a way a metaphor of the music on its own. I imagine like this kind of synesthetic idea of music where you go through some path, and maybe like left side of the landscape you are going through is like your left ear and right side is your right ear, and you can kind of develop this landscape out of music. For me this was really like about this idea and rhythm of the music and atmosphere which reflects different environments in the game. Thinking what I could show to you, I'm sure there is many professionals or people who are involved in music making and soundtrack making, or people who are just into seeing the process of creation. And for me, when I think about music making, it's really interesting because music, especially electronic music or music which is produced in the studio, it consists of, I would say, hundreds or maybe thousands of decision makings, and even like making song on its own. It's like making some kind of house out of different bricks you put together and connect, and maybe like having and developing your own language. And when you have this language, you can like put different words together which create sentence, which is maybe one part of the musical composition. So what I'm trying to say, like really it's about many small things you kind of connect and combine. And I thought it might be really interesting to just take one of the compositions and really very shortly and briefly show how the sound or how different tracks in the compositions are developed. So that's what I'm going to do. I will show very briefly these small breaks, and maybe some of the things you see are interesting for you. Isotope, Iris2, Radius RT algorithm, very clean. Harmonic modulation through eventide. One simple tone of flute. Spread into contact. Elastic pitch modulation. Kramer tape, color. Quadravox, delayed tones and creating new melody out of it. EQ, destroying some resonant frequencies. More general EQ. Compressor. Space. Widening effect. Spring reverb. Ukulele. Different layer. Mandolins. Quite radical EQing and high passing. Another experiment with smart EQ. Dynamic EQing nasty frequencies, which was really here quite a problem. Compression, delay, together. Whole packs. Polybird arpeggios. Complex arpeggio sound consists of 4 elements. All together, overtones A, with some velocity randomization. String comes from Dark Era sample bank. EQing, TubeTech subtle compression, Portal for granular effect. Saturation, delay, long reverb, widening microshift process, overtone B with different processing. Putting away some nasty transients. Compression. The tuning effect. Delay. Together with the first track. Celeste motif. Arpeggiated Celeste. Together with Celeste 1. Together with the detuned overtones, together with the main overtones, glitched ones, plus screams, plus bass, plus arpeggios.
wrote the soundtrack for XO1, and I'm currently writing the soundtrack for a game called XO Rally Championship. I thought I'd talk a bit about how I wrote the music for XO1 and how it differs a little bit from the music I'm writing for XO Rally. My friend Jay asked me to write music for XO1 in 2017. I'd written music for a couple of other smaller games before, but nothing on that sort of level. So I started by setting a few rules I wanted to stick with to help me keep it cohesive in the end. The main rules I gave myself were choose a theme and try to make the music reflect it, write everything from scratch, and use a motif or light motif, which I hadn't done before. Choosing a theme was easy enough. XO1's a solitary journey across unknown and empty planets, with the story suggesting the pilot is searching for something. So loneliness became my theme. I tried to get that feeling across by leaving a lot of space in the music, huge washes of reverb to colour it. Loneliness to me is also kind of sad, so I embraced the sadness when I wrote, which is, it's great because I'm terrible at writing happy stuff. I've never been able to do it. The best example to me of the lonely feeling I'm trying to get across is the song Reflect. Yesterday, and it's from the first planet, so it's the first in-game music you hear. Initially we had an issue because the planet starts with a tutorial, so the music doesn't really fit with that. So I ended up adding a trigger, so the music only starts when you leave the tutorial and launch out into the game proper. Jay really wanted to enhance the feeling of wonder you get when you launch up above the clouds too. So I recorded a second version of Yesterday called Yesterdays, which is a lot more airy and strips almost all the bass out of it. And then the game fades between the two versions based on your height. You can get some really cool transitions as you shoot up above the clouds. As I mentioned, one of my rules was to include a motif or familiar melody in the music that would sort of tie the whole soundtrack together. There's a strange flying object you encounter a few times through the game, which is quite important to the story. So I wrote a light motif that plays each time you see it. I called it Strange Flyer, and whenever you hear it winding up, you know there's one of these flying objects nearby. Final Planet, I think, is my favourite in terms of music. It's got 3 parts, an intro, a placeholder, and I guess the final song. The intro was the first bit of music I wrote to a pre-scripted event in-game, which is when you're plunging down into the gas clouds on the final planet. It's called Below the Clouds. I remember sitting there with a video of the game on loop playing my guitar for a few hours with nothing quite clicking. But coincidentally, my friend lent me an EBO the day before, so I picked that up, and within 10 minutes or so, I had some of what you can hear in the game After that drop-in, we wanted to play a song called Something Approaches, but it didn't sound right starting straight away, so I took some chords and bits of Something Approaches and turned them into a really spacey loop that repeats until we're ready to play the final song. On the level itself, there are some glowing clouds you can fly through to power up your craft and shoot off in like a huge boost. So we thought, why not use that burst of momentum as a trigger to start the final song? So yeah, those are some of my favourite parts. It took me around 3 years to fully finalise the soundtrack. A lot of that was just small little tweaks. One thing I want to say, in case there's anyone else out there like me, I hated the music as I was writing it. I thought it was no good. I wanted to scrap it and start again quite a few times. It wasn't until the game released and I wasn't able to change anything that I realised, how proud of it I was and how much I liked it. Watching trailers, with my music over the top, never get old for me. Let's talk about the new game I'm working on. It's called Exo Rally Championship, which is a brutally realistic rally game set on other worlds. Perspective, it's a whole new challenge. I'm aiming for a much darker tone compared to Exo 1's sort of lush ambient music. The tone's meant to echo the risks that the drivers are taking. I also want to use a lot of pounding drums to add to the excitement, which is it's quite a departure for me because I've never really focused on drum-centric composition before. Maybe the biggest change though is I'm playing mainly synths now instead of my guitar, which is a decision I made because I had the Blade Runner 2049 soundtrack on repeat and I loved it. I absolutely love it, and I want to use that as kind of the inspiration. And synths, obviously fit the futuristic sci-fi theme of the game too. Another big change as well is since I double as the lead dev for the game, I can focus more on the dynamic music. Here's an example. I want players to feel the pressure and the excitement as they near the end of a race. So I've got these drums that begin to fade in as you get near to the finish line. Overlaid on top of that is a synth tone that sort of pitches up as you get close. And then as you cross the finish line, it sort of culminates in this short stinger of music and starts a drum loop that plays until you stop the car.
200.
Eventually there'll be different versions of that based on how you finish the race. Did you beat the lead driver and win? Did you break some of your wheels off and are limping over the line? Did you spring an oxygen leak and are frantically trying to finish before suffocating? I want the music to reflect the situation and enhance kind of whatever you're feeling at the time. That's about all I have to say on Exo Rally at the moment. I'm super excited though to get further with it and show off some of the game itself also. I think the music of Exo 1 had a lot of impact and I really want Exo Rally to feel the same. Thanks for listening.
Creative director of The Veil Shadow of the Crown, and I'm here to talk to you about the sound design in the game, and in particular our use of binaural audio. Full disclosure, I am not a sound designer, but I did do most of the sound design on The Veil with a ton of consulting help from actual sound designers, as well as sound designers making some of the sounds for the game. So at the best, I hope this is a fresh take on sound design, and at the worst, it's a naive but charming talk. Also, it's important that you listen to this video with a set of stereo headphones because we'll be listening to binaural audio. So The Veil is an audio-based action RPG that has almost no visuals.
Who's there? Uncle? Okay.
And there's exploration where you are walking around in first person in a 3D soundscape, listening for certain cues within the environment.
Rats in the cellar, hear them squeak. 3 dirty rats to get your sweet. I've got one here. I keep perfectly still and swing in the direction of the rat. Gotcha. So, if you collected 3 rats, Cook would give you a sweet. The other rule was if you accidentally hit another child, you would have to give them one of your rats.
And the game is made up of combat in which enemies will surround you and you have to direct your attacks in certain directions and you have to time your blocks and counters and that sort of thing.
Ready your shield, Alex. They may throw their first axe as they charge.
So binaural audio was sort of essential to having any kind of precision when it came to combat. And we kind of knew that would work. We kind of knew that's where binaural audio would kind of shine. And it makes for a pretty visceral experience. What we weren't expecting, or at least I wasn't expecting, is how immersive the experience would be in pretty mundane things. Conversations you would have in purchasing items, all those little moments you need to fill in the RPG aspects of the game. And some of the things we did to sort of heighten that presence, and we realized were super effective, is that if you are locked into a conversation with a character in first person, and you sort of place them in front of you, and it's sort of like a center channel mix dialogue. It's not nearly as dynamic and engaging as if you allow that speaker to sort of drift around a bit, move up toward you, move backwards. If they come up really close, you kind of get that ASMR effect, and it is super present.
Ah! Here's a young woman who knows a thing or two about finer things. I know a merchant from the capital when I see one. I can give you an excellent price on the furs.
We took that a step further in some scenes where there was no context for them to move around and explore anything, but the characters in the scene with them were in constant motion.
Hello.
Pleasure, pleasure. Come, sit. I'll put something on. I can't promise you it will taste any good. I lost my sense of taste years ago, drinking something this old witch made for me. How long are you staying this time?
As long as our guests need.
Just the night. We'll be heading for the pass in the morning.
You won't be heading for the pass before spring. The snows have set in. Hope you like turnips. It's all I got. You'd think she would have brought some food with her after being away for what, 2 years?
You could always come with me, you know.
Well, I have the library to maintain. You really want to start up this argument again?
And then there was other scenes or other moments in the game where you were in an exploration mode, where you as a player were moving around and there were NPCs also moving around the space.
Oh, that startled me.
What is it?
A corpse. It's been here a while. Nothing but bone and scraps of leather.
There are more over here, in armor.
Could this be a crypt?
No. I believe they died here, in combat.
How?
There's your answer. A guardian. In pieces now.
The warriors prevailed, then.
Not if Alex can still hear the artifact they were after.
The sound is coming from right here, just below the water.
Go ahead, Alex. I don't believe the Guardian will bother us now.
Feels like a necklace.
Alex?
It happened again.
What do you feel?
I can feel it in my left hand. What's that sound?
The water is stirring.
Oh, the dead.
It would appear the Fae can bring life to more than just statues.
So there were scenes where you'd be moving around in space and characters would be talking, and I had to be okay with the fact that if you move far enough away, that you may not be able to hear them as well, and you might lose some of the dialogue. But I kind of thought that was all right because that was a choice that the player made. So in summary, I think there's two things I want to talk about. One is I want to evangelize the idea of making an all-audio game. There's a tremendous amount of freedom that comes from developing a game without the weight of the visual experience. There's a lot of scenes in the Vale where if I could imagine it, it was very easy to do. So there's a scene where the main character and their guide are walking and talking, and it was very easy for me to stage this as if they're climbing down the side of a hill, and it creates sort of an energy of movement that would normally be incredibly hard to do in a video game. There'd be a lot of custom animations.
The way down is steep, Alex. You'll need to take my hand.
Okay. The sun just set. I felt its warmth leave.
Why do you sound sad? It'll be dark soon. You'll have your advantage back.
My advantage?
In the dark, you shine, Alex. Trust me.
I do. I trust you. It's why I need you to stay with me in Glades.
There's something in the clearing up ahead.
There was something that made the game very engaging because there were no visuals. That was a big part of it. It wasn't just this binaural audio thing. For one, if you were to close your eyes and listen to a character who was speaking to you and it was a great actor, you were never taken out of the experience because of the lip sync was slightly off, or even a fantastic character model. There's that sort of sense of uncanny valley. None of that existed. The other thing I want to advocate for in making an all audio game is accessibility. This game was accessible for people who are completely blind. This was an experience for everybody. It was very much designed that way. And strangely enough, we designed it with the blind community, but I think ultimately we ended up making a game that was much broader than that. The final thing that will definitely carry with us into other games is the idea of having character-driven interactions in moments like shop interactions was something that came out of an accessibility need. We wanted to, or needed to, limit the number of options in a shop down to the ones that would have a pretty big impact. That allows you to have the presentation of the objects be a conversation with a human.
What do you need?
Just having a look.
Push down on the left stick to cycle through items of interest.
What are you carrying? Oh, that's good steel. But I could improve on that. Harden the pick, balance it.
Press the right...
I was working on this plate armor when the Horde came. Looks like it would fit you.
Press the right trigger.
I have this shield, see? It was a decent piece of oak the wife found, and I've banded the back.
I really fell in love with this idea of having narrative exist in every single component of a game and never letting the convention of menu systems or even leveling up or choosing where to go in the world. All these things could be brought down to a character interaction level. Yeah, so I hope this talk was a little bit enlightening. I hope a few people listening here might consider making an audio-based game or a game that's accessible for the blind community. And I would love to find out if there's anybody who's already applying this to work they're doing. And in particular, if there's anything about what I sort of mentioned here today that might have an application in a specific game you're working on. So yeah, thank you. And I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the festival.
Thank you to all the games. Flavor Favor has a demo, Spells and Secrets also has a demo, Shoulders of Giants is available for wishlisting, Exo 1 is on sale, and make sure to wishlist Exo Rally Championship. And the Veil Shadow of the Ground has a demo and is 50% off.
The first piece of this next block will be with I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, a game where you spend your teenage years on an alien planet in a narrative RPG with card-based battles. M from Michelle in the Pit will be going over the game's audio design. Then our second segment will be tuning in to On the Peril of Parrots, where you must put your skills to the test with 100+ challenging puzzles. Chase Bethia will be performing a beautiful tune for all of us tonight. And after that, we'll move on to Inscription. I'm not sure if this game even needs an introduction at this point, but in case you haven't heard of it, it blends deck building, roguelike, escape room style puzzles, and psychological horror all in a blood-laced smoothie. Delicious. Jonas Senzel, the audio designer and composer, will be diving into the Scribe of Magic's track.
Hans, what should you not do in the West?
Maybe not die?
That's right! Don't Die in the West is up next! In this open-world cowboy life RPG for 1 to 4 players, you can start a new life on the prairie, explore the frontier, and build a ranch on your own. We will see Christian Bang-Nurgo play a banjo on Nicolas Viterli talking about his sound and music design. Lastly, we have Domekeeper, which is about defending your dome from wave and after wave of monsters in this innovative roguelike survival minor. In this piece, Cameron Paxton will dissect a music track from its soundtrack.
But before we go on to the content, we have to announce the winners. Yes. Especially the winner of this beautiful graphics card, Ulysses at Sea. Congratulations. If you are in chat, raise your virtual hand. League is Bad MK wins Key Pack 1. Diecast.rp wins Key Pack 2. Techhead12 wins Key Pack 3. And Yurik Yorickson wins Key Pack 4. Congratulations again to all the winners. Thank you for being part of this show. And on to the content. See you later.
And I work as a sound designer and audio director at A Shell in the Pit. And I did most of the sound design for I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, with some help from Millie Wissar on the Foley. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the sound design and break down how I did some of the ambiences. So, I Was a Teenage Exocolonist takes place on this planet called Vertumna, which you crash land on after escaping Earth with your colony. You're born on a spaceship, and throughout the game you're growing older. It starts when you're 10 and ends when you turn 20. You can choose who to talk to and what to do every day. So let's start by talking to my parents. All of these interactions take place on a hollow palm, which we wanted to be soft and organic, but still have that sci-fi element to it. So I used a lot of low ends and softened everything with a lot of verb, and just really wanted it to be easy to listen to. You can hear how subtle that hover sound is, because there's so much reading in this game. I didn't really want the sound to distract from that at all. And the volume of this is also boosted higher than it was in the game, so it was even more subtle than what you're hearing now. Let's go shovel some dirt. So in this game, as you're playing through the story, you're presented with these card challenges, which you have to try to beat to get positive outcomes in the story. And so these sounds were also happening on the hollow palm. As you can kind of hear, they are based in organic material and are soft and easy to listen to, which was my goal when I was designing them. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the ambiences, which I think are one of the most important aspects of the sound design for this game, because it's all about building out this world. So Exocolonist has 5 seasons. Right now we're in Quiet, which doesn't have a lot going on ambience-wise because it's supposed to be a pretty quiet season. After a few months in Quiet season, we move to Pollen, which is an active spring season and has a lot of creatures in it. You can also hear that the footsteps correspond to each season, so Pollen has more spongy ground. And now I'll break down a bit how I made this ambience layer by layer. Interestingly, we couldn't have anything that sounded too much like a bird, so I ended up stretching out most of the creatures in here. I also added some volume, random drawing automation in there, and panning for most of the single callouts. Let's see. And then I tried to choose a lot of the birds that were more weird and didn't sound like birds. Frogs were definitely my favorite creature to use for this game. Gotta love frogs. They sound really weird, especially when you stretch them out. So this was kind of, I'll turn that up, the bass. And then just some more birds stretched out. And then I had some crystallizer going on, as well as a basic Valhalla vintage verb, which I like to put on everything. Yeah, so that was Pollen. And then after Pollen comes Dust, which is a very dry season. It doesn't have as much creature activity, and the footsteps are very dry grass. After Dust comes the wet season. Rainy, and if you explore outside your colony, very swampy, with wet grass. And then lastly we get to the glow season, which is supposed to be a little bit ominous and menacing, still very beautiful, but it's when the creatures can start trying to attack your colony, so it's very active. I'll break this one down as well and solo each of these tracks. So we have some gentle cricket tones, like this one as well. I just want to demonstrate how stretched these are. This is what it sounds like normally. Something like there. So it's quite drastic what I'm doing to all of these files. Same with this one. And back down. And then I also like to use my own voice as a wind layer. Let's bump that up so we can hear it. When I'm doing this, I often cut out a lot. It's just me blowing into the microphone, and I cut out a lot of the high end, and I like to bump some of the resonant frequencies. And then I also put in my voice here. There we go. So when you're doing creatures, a lot of the time you can stretch and reverse, but it still has the essence of what the animal was. So I like to add my own voice because it's often not as recognizable within the mix. I think you can tell a little bit when it's soloed like this, but it also adds an emotional quality to it that is sometimes hard to get with animals. Very forlorn. Let's see. We also have a lot of frogs. I glued this, but it is stretched as well. I wonder if we can guess what it sounds like. Yeah, probably something like that. And then we have camels. Stretched camels. Very weird. This one's a funny choice, I think. We have a lovebird. The reverb is hiding some of the weirdness from the stretching. Here you go, there's a little cute lovebird. Another stretched bird. Wow. This one is stretched a lot. This one I think is kind of like a parrot. And some more frogs. There you go. I haven't talked a lot about the music for this game, but it's absolutely gorgeous. It's a collaboration from many artists, with direction and of course contribution from Gordon McGladdery. And it plays through most of the game, but by default it's not constant. So there are breaks where it's just silent, which gives you a chance to appreciate the ambience. But we are finding it kind of strange when you went from the active outdoor ambience to inside, where there really wasn't a lot going on. So I created this series of humming tones, which I imagine to be coming from various parts of the ship and would start and stop kind of like a fridge would. They ended up being my favorite part of all the design work I did and even got on the soundtrack. Some of them are a little more musical than others, and I designed them with the emotion of the game in mind. By the time I designed these, I had played through the whole game and I knew the story, and I knew a lot of the moments that you'd be experiencing were very emotional, and I closed my eyes when I was using my Twin 2 synth and really thought about what was happening in the game as I made these. And I ended up doing so many variations of them because of how many story moments there are in Exocolonists. We couldn't possibly do bespoke sound effects or music for everything that happens in the game. So I really wanted this to work for some of the more heavy or ominous parts, but also a lot of the lighthearted moments as well. They were general, and I really enjoyed how the randomness of when these would play would affect how you're feeling in any given moment in the game. It wasn't scripted, it would just happen, and I felt like there was a little magic to that.
Sound designer of Inscription, and today I'm going to do a little bit of a deep dive on the Scribe of Magics, otherwise known as the little dancing green hat guy song. Sounds like this. And I was pleasantly surprised that people really liked this track because I found it a little bit weird. That's why I wanted to do this for a quick video. I think this is kind of a one weird thing track. Like there's one weird thing about this, one weird trick that, you know, video game composers don't want you to know. And I was pleasantly surprised that people liked it and that Dan seemed to really like it. And the weird thing about it is the way that the melody rhythm works, actually. So it does something called going over the bar. And in order to demonstrate that, I've got this little dummy melody here, which is kind of the cursed version of the real melody, because it's in time normally. So let's listen to that really quick. So it just starts at the beginning of the bar, it's 2 bars long, and then it repeats. There's a little empty bit at the end, you could add an extra note there. Okay. So what's the difference between that and the real melody? It might kind of sound similar on first listen, but the real melody is a very weird length. It's kind of 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars minus, what is this, a 16th note? Minus an 8th note. So it's like 3 bars minus an 8th note. That's kind of a strange amount of time for a melody to last. What's going on here, and this is just, I'm just going to get this other track, this is just an octave up of the same one. The last note and the first note are kind of the same based on the way that this little sequence leads upwards. And because of that, and because it's such a weird length, the start point of the melody is going to drift over the course of the track in regards to everything else. So by the time we get over here, that's the start note, and all of a sudden, where are we? We're like in the middle of some random beat in the bar. We're not like on the right place. There's a start note. It comes like, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 eighth notes in, because each time we play it, it's going to be displaced by an eighth note. So when you go over the bar like this, it's like you're just constantly sort of shoving this down and warping it, and it's getting out of sync with everything else, but in a pleasant way. So your brain kind of hears the accents of it totally differently because it's starting at a different place each time, and you get this weird, dreamy, ethereal, kind of slippery effect. Oh, that's my alarm. And, you know, I was kind of like watching people do covers of this, for example, is quite interesting. I don't think I could play this live, probably. I think this would be really hard to play live. And so I'm really impressed when people get it right, because it's very easy to do on a computer, because you can just take a melody that would be the normal length, chop off an eighth note, and just loop it, and kind of let it do its own thing, and just don't worry about it being set in the bar. Yeah, and so the rest of the track is really supporting this idea. So in order to highlight that weird rhythmness and highlight that kind of weird etherealness, everything else is, in a way, a metronome that lets you hear that rhythm easier. So having it like a metronome against a weird rhythm lets you hear it easier generally. So this drums, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. It's just literally like they're counting right at you, 1, 2. So you can hear the weirdness in the melody. And these drums here are kind of accentuating the upbeat, 2, 3, and adding a little bit more fast rhythms that are also, though, very locked, very in time, kind of giving you this march. It's almost like left, right, left, right. There's an extremely strict and strong sense of time and of sort of 4/4 time or 2/4 march time. Same thing with the chords. The chords are just the simplest possible 4/4 rhythm you could ever have. 1, 2, 3, 4. The only exception to this is here in the second to last chord. You have everything gets on the upbeat for a second. And I think of that as another way to accentuate how rhythmically sort of 4 we're in, because we have this 8-bar phrase, and having this little upbeat, having this little break here actually reminds you that it's 8 bars. So it's like 4, 4, 4, 4. Okay, little break of the upbeat, remember, then 4 more, and we're back to 1. So it gives a little bit of a tension and release to remind you that it's an 8-bar phrase and to cement you back in counting in that 4 so that you can hear the weird over the bar looping of the melody. The chord progression here, to go over it really quickly, is a little strange. You can see I'm not exactly sure what the last chord is. Let's see if anyone wants to kind of email me or something and tell me what the chord progression is, or tell me what I was doing. I don't fully remember, but it is also supposed to be very ethereal. So you can see like we have C major and C minor next to each other, and then C augmented a second later. So there's a lot of like weird stuff happening. A flat, A minor, and then over time we're kind of like, then by the end of the chord progression here, we are building tension to like this diminished chord, and then tension and release sort of, and back to 1. There we go. But yeah, this is again doing a little bit of that ramp to remind us that it's an 8-bar loop, but also kind of going for this loopy head in the clouds vibe. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go over the sound design a little bit. The sound design is pretty standard for most of my kind of 8-bit-ish stuff, and that's because it's fake bit, as they say, which means that it's all done with no kind of good or official means. Like, this is Operator, which is the FM synth in Ableton, but you can see I'm not even using FM. This is literally a sine wave. But I'm just using bit crushing effects. So there's a couple different bit crushers. There's one here. So let's just listen to this lower part of the melody. If you take that off, you can hear it gets a little less 8-bitty. You take this one off of the bus. You take this one off of the bus. Oh my god, it's a sine wave. It's literally a sine wave. That's so funny. This one is also like a very simple analog modeling oscillator. Oh. Sounds like something really basic to me. Sounds kind of like a saw wave to me. That theme is continued through the rest of the track. Everything is kind of the most basic thing you could imagine. These drums are a 606 drum kit with bit reduction on them. Bit reduction really is kind of magic. Sometimes you have to know how to wield it. Like, there is a happy medium, sort of like Goldilocks zone, in which here we're getting a little bit like too much like just noise, and you can hear that's really adding a harmonic characteristic to the kick. Here is like, sounds a little bit too much like a drum machine maybe. Actually, that sounds kind of cool. Maybe that would be fine. But yeah, you can kind of dial in by just clicking around the downsample like up and down one click, one tick per. And sometimes you're going to find these weird resonances in bit reduction in general, and that's kind of fun. So like even the this kind of B melody here is really using the idea of finding a weird resonance inside of bit reduction. So let's listen to it. You might think that the original melody was quite similar to that, but if you take off the bit reduction, it's something completely different. Who knows what the hell that melody is? But if you put bit reduction on this exact one, so I was kind of playing it probably and dialing in the bit reduction while I was writing the melody, and you hit these perfect little pockets where it just sounds like a single note, and it gives that weird resonance. So in fact, if we even shift it down by 1, that's not it. If we shift it up by 1, that's really not it either. So it's sort of finding these strange ways where that one note or those two notes syncs perfectly with whatever's going on in the bit reduction. And this is just Ableton stock bit reduction. I used a little bit of Tricket Crush before as well, but like this is the same as any bit reduction in whatever software. So basically what I'm saying is if you have access to a sine wave, I guess this is a little more complicated, this is using a little bit of FM, but generally speaking, very simple sounds, adding bit reduction. I'm so sorry to the hardware purists and even the people that use better sampling or better whatever. This is how I do 8-bit stuff, and if you know how to wield it, it can sound really good. Another thing, actually this is an old project file, so I don't have the plugin loaded, but one thing I do like to do is also add some analog simulation to the chain. So like J37 is a tape simulator, so it can be fun to kind of like pretend like this is old chiptune hardware, but it's also being recorded sort of warmly. I think that's a fun combo, doing like digital and then towards the end of the chain doing something that sounds kind of analog warmthy. Okay, oh my gosh, that's like already 10 minutes. Thanks so much. If you have questions, I don't know, email me. I will probably respond to your email if I don't like email me twice. Thanks so much.
Dear nephew, I hope this letter finds you well, and please accept my apologies for writing out of the blue. You gotta come to Wild River right away. Things have a way of escalating out here in the West, so I need you to take care of the old ranch for me. Put on your spurs and hop on the next stagecoach. I won't lie. This is not how I pictured a reunion, but I need your help. This place ain't much, but it's all I've got. Wild River is rough, but you have grit, so I'm sure you'll be all right.
Hi, Nicholas. Welcome to this Save and Sound Q&A session regarding the music and also the sound design of Don't Die in the West. Can you start with an introduction of yourself?
Sure. My name is Nicholas, and I was born and raised here in Aarhus, in Denmark. I studied sound design at the University of Aarhus, and I graduated 10 years ago, which which is a scary thought. So I've been making a living doing sound design and music for movies, TV shows, documentaries, and video games for the last 10 years.
Awesome. Can you tell us a bit about how you have worked with the soundscape and the sound design of Don't Die in the West until now?
When I got introduced to the project, which was a long time ago actually, I immediately started looking into like old Western ambiences. I always start out working on ambiences because I kind of see it as like the fundamentals, so like the foundation of any sound design, whether it's a room tone or just wind. Room tones and winds and ambiences in general have so much emotion in them that you don't really register it, but like deep down subconsciously you do. So to me it was very important to make sure that all the ambiences were there. There are tons of hidden instruments in the wind in the game.
Sounds great. I suspect that there is also like a lot of like classical Western tropes that you can take and work with, but at the same time also some pretty hard things. So like how does a tumbleweed sound?
Yeah, all those things, tumbleweeds and like the sound of like hawks and eagles in the distance and so on. All those classical Western tropes will be in the game.
Sounds amazing. Can you like tell us a bit about your overall vision for the sound design? What future plans do you have going towards the early access launch in October?
Yeah, there won't be anything missing, which is quite a promise when it comes to an early access game. My plan is definitely to make sure that the sound design, the soundscapes, the music, and so on will embrace the audience, and you will feel as if you're actually in a living world. So even if you're like in a barren desert where nothing happens, you should still be able to like hear hints of sound, maybe even some mysticism in the world. Hopefully I'm not giving away too much now. I recently purchased a pretty cool box. It is made by someone called Audioleaf. It's the microphonic sound box. So if you hook this up with the jack cable, you have this amazing sound design tool. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot. There are these metal rods as well that you can play using a bow.
Oh.
Yeah, just without all the cat hair, of course. Here we go. It gives it this eerie Western sound that I haven't heard before. And that will definitely play a huge part in the sound design in the game and the overall ambience. I also replaced the kalimba with a bass kalimba. It's able to generate these extremely low frequency booms that are extremely cool. So yeah, I can't wait to see the response to the sounds that this make.
It's no secret that we know each other well. It's no secret that I'm a huge admirer of your work on other Funday titles also. How do you feel about being forced into this collaboration now where banjos will play a huge part of the sound going forward at least?
I am immensely excited. Actually, when you told me, I was thinking that we should probably introduce more banjos than you initially thought. I mean, my first thought was that maybe even the UI should have like banjo elements as well. If we record like bangs and knocks on a banjo, the way that a banjo resonates instantly it just screams Western. I think we can get so many things out of a banjo in the sound design, but also of course in the music. So I'm really looking forward to it.
I bet you are. But Nicholas, I think that was more or less the time. Thank you very much for participating in this small Q&A, and this marks the end of Fun Days Don't Die in the West musical celebration. Thanks for your time, and yeah, see you.
See you. Bye bye.
I'm Cameron Paxton, and I'm the composer for Domekeeper. Today I'm going to be dissecting my track Laser Party from the Domekeeper soundtrack, going over the processes and tools that I used in creating the track and the philosophy behind the entire soundtrack. The track Laser Party was actually written pretty early on, so when it was still called Dome Romantic, so it kind of retains some of the characteristics of the first few tracks that I composed before the graphics got updated. You can still play Dome Romantic, by the way, on itch.io. It's still free to play, and has some of the old mixes of a few of the tracks in there. So as you can see, my digital audio workspace of choice is Ableton. It's what I'm most comfortable with. I've been using it for many years. And I also compose primarily on a Ableton Push 2. It's a very easy MIDI controller for a guitar player to pick up because the chord shapes are the same. And I use a lot of VSTs, but there are a handful that I use consistently. Pigments was the synthesizer that I used for Dome Keeper. It's very flexible. You can make a lot of cool sounds with it. Basically, the entire soundtrack was made using Pigments. I use a handful of saturators. Halcyon is my main one. It goes on basically everything, and it's a great way to kind of accentuate certain frequency ranges if you don't want to try to fiddle with EQ too much. It's a great way to just make something sound nice quickly. Tape is another good one. It's tape simulator. It has some drive and saturation in it, but it also has this wear knob, which is a really nice feature. Kind of makes things sound old and like they're falling apart, which is a big aesthetic choice that I made for the Dome Keeper soundtrack. It's all kind of, it sounds like it's barely working and kind of on its way out. Similarly, RC20 Retro Color does a lot of the same things. The wobble and magnetic knobs kind of give it that old tape reel being stretched and getting older type feeling. And then Valhalla, Vintage Verb, and Delay. I use these on everything, even other stuff that isn't game related. It's on my project template. I have it as my send tracks for my reverb and delay. And yeah, that's about it for the ones that I use on everything. The original Laser Party is pretty similar to what ended up in the final game, but it's not as dynamic. It kind of just gets where it's going pretty quickly and just kind of stays there throughout the whole track. It never really gets to that higher energy place that the final version does. It just kind of gets here on this section in loops. So that's the version that I composed for Dome Romantic. And so you'll hear a lot of that same stuff in the final version as well. The main beat. So I was going for a kind of old school hardware sound when I made a lot of these old tracks. So I used a lot of bit crushing and compression and kind of EQing certain frequencies out. So you can hear that I've got, Decimort is the bit crusher that I prefer to put on things. You can hear when I take this off, has a lot more of a natural drum sound to it. So a lot of that texture and feeling comes from the bit crushing. So in this version, I also added in another layer of drums to kind of give it a little more energy, and a little more of dynamic variation that the original track did not have. So here you can hear where I'm using some RC20 to just kind of give it a little more texture and wear it out a little bit. For the bass sound, I really wanted to accentuate the drum pattern. So it's really just highlighting the drums, the kick and the snare. I think there's probably not a whole lot to say about the bass, except for there's this interesting bit here where the bass turns into a little instrument solo. So I think what maybe a normal person would do is have a separate track where they treat this as a solo instrument, my tactic was to just do all these silly automation tricks and to get it to sound different instead of just moving it to another track like a smart person would do. But, you know, we've all got our quirks. And then the main loop here is just the bit that plays at the very beginning. It's what I think probably makes the track instantly recognizable to anyone who's played the game. And it just kind of follows this sequence. It doesn't really change much throughout the track. There are some parts where it cuts out to let some other instruments come in and add a little bit of variation. So I did try to get away from the bit crushing when we switched from Dome Romantic to Dome Keeper. The graphics were updated to make it more high res. The whole thing, it kind of stopped feeling like an old school game at that point, and I wanted to have more high fidelity sounds. So if you listen to the old Dome Romantic soundtrack, which you can find on my Bandcamp, it's definitely more lo-fi sounding. And so this track still keeps some of those elements, just it worked really well for this track in particular. And there's this part that adds, you know, a little more texture variation and isn't as rhythmic as the rest of the stuff. Yeah, just add a nice little melody over top and keep it from getting too repetitive. And this is one where there's a little bit of bit crushing going on this one as well. But again, it's really subtle. It mostly just adds volume, but there's a little bit of texture there too. So most of what's going on in this one is happening within the synthesizer. It's not effects that I put on top of it after. But yeah, so getting to the new bits of the track that were composed specifically for Dome Keeper. More rhythmic stuff to kind of add to that energy. And pick up, you know, just kind of lift the whole thing a bit more and make it more celebratory. And then I have this that just fills it out a little more. It's basically copying the exact same thing. It's just slightly bigger sound synthesizer that I sunk in the background a little bit. Then there's the buzz. Yeah, more just kind of rhythmic elements to kind of contrast with the syncopated with the drums a bit. Yeah, just one additional layer on top of this kind of it's doing some slightly different things than the other instrument, but it's basically the same. And so for the original version, this is where it just cut out and went straight to bass, but for this version I added this kind of that little solo instrument over top of it. Brought back in the main loop again, and then kind of started automating in some reverb and delay to kind of build up. You can see it's starting to build up here, just to raise the tension a little bit and cut it out, and then back into the track again. So that's where it loops. So as long as you're sitting there reading your stats and enjoying the glow of victory, it'll just keep looping. That's about it. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you were able to learn something and enjoy the rest of the show.
What it do, everyone, and welcome back. I Was a Teenage Exocolonist is available for purchase. On the Peril of Parrots is on sale. Inscription has a bundle sale. Don't Die in the West has a playtest, I think, that you can sign up to. And Dome Keeper also has a bundle sale. This is the last hosting segment of Save and Sound 2023. We're incredibly sad to go, but we do have a couple more pieces that we can watch, right?
Yes. In this last block, we will start off with the insanely popular Vampire Survivors, a bullet hell action roguelike where the whole point is to survive until dawn. We will get to experience a pretty epic orchestral performance of the game's songs. Next, we have Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, which is a story-rich interactive musical in a world where Greek gods live in hiding among us. The legendary Austin Wintory will get into the interactive song's specifics. After this, we have Saturnalia, a survival horror adventure, where you play as four characters exploring an isolated village in Sardinia, haunted by an ancient ritual. In this piece, the sound designer Michael Manning will dive into how he made the sounds for the game. The last piece for tonight is The Wandering Village, a sandbox city builder where you build your settlement on the back of a giant wandering creature. We will hear the sound and music designer Claudio Beck go over how he created the soundtrack.
And a quick thank you to everyone who has supported Save and Sound over the past 3 days. Thank you to chat, for being here and hanging out with us and making this just a good time for everyone involved. And thank you to the developers, the composers, the musicians. The people who take time out of their lives to make the content that we have all been enjoying and watching for the past 3 days. They're the ones who allow us to run this show in the first place, so we're incredibly thankful for that. And a special thank you to ICO partners, Lurkit, Elgato, and AMD for sponsoring this event. Kate and I, usually every year, we spend about 4 months working on Save and Sound. And so seeing it all come together live makes us incredibly happy.
That is correct. Putting this together was an awesome experience. And I would like to wholeheartedly thank everyone who participated in it. Tomorrow, the Steam sale continues, so don't forget to check out all the games. It ends at 7 p.m. CST, 10 a.m. Pacific time. There won't be a live show with content anymore, but instead, Hans and I will have a quick fireside chat where we're going to talk about the show in general and about our favorites. It will be at 7 a.m. Pacific time and 4 p.m. Central European time. Come join if you can, otherwise enjoy the rest of the show and see you next year.
Bye-bye, stay safe.
and thrilled to be here, part of Save and Sound, and I thought I'd give a deep dive into Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. This was a wonderful sort of labor of love collaboration with, on the one hand, Summerfall Studios, the developer based in Australia, our creative director David Gator, and studio head, executive producer, probably getting his title wrong, Liam Essler, and a fabulous group of artists and animators and that sort of thing. And then my collaborators from the songwriting and the music side, particularly the band Tripod, based in Melbourne, Stephen Gates, Simon Hall, and Scott Edgar. And my collaboration with them specifically on this song I'm going to show you. I also collaborated with a fabulous Australian singer-songwriter named Montaigne, but our collaboration will sadly not really be part of what I'm about to get into. So I hope this is interesting and enjoy. The quick and dirty description of what we're doing here is that these are interactive songs. You are given 3 color-coded trait choices of what to do, and it's red, green, and blue. I'll unpack what those mean in just a moment, but before I dive into it, I just thought I'd offer this visualization of what the songs look like. So we have an intro, initial 3 choices, that collapses back into a single thing that everyone would hear no matter what their choice, because this song is doubling as a kind of tutorial for the player. So we don't want to make the paths diverge so aggressively that you might get lost before you've kind of really understood how this works and what's going on. We then have a few more subsequent choices, and then it starts to sort you based on where you're tilting, and then other than this interstitial bridge, it then branches into things that are entirely based on where you've been. So, you know, if you're tilting green, then you end up in an area over here where the only option are green framed outputs. It's meant to be a thing where if you just close your eyes and listen to someone play the game, it feels like they're just watching a musical. But if you actually play it, you realize, ooh, I'm in control, and I actually have quite a lot of control. The song starts, as I mentioned, with this little introductory bit, and it's where Pan sings and half speaks this little ba-ba-ba-da-ba-bum-bum motif that I came up with very early as a sort of theme for Pan. As part of the recording process with the actor Kari Payton, one of the things that we really fell in love with is when Pan sort of borderline speaks his sung parts. It just really, really felt like Pan whenever we did that.
Grace, you know that you're lost now. You've been given powers you don't understand. I'm the guy who can help you. All that you hear is at your command.
Wait. No, it's okay, Freddy. This is all me?
So you see there's a little bit of Janina Gavankar as Freddy, skeptical of what's about to happen, and then Laura Bailey Grace coming in to say, I'm the one causing this. So that was this. And then we have these 3. So here's where I really want to dive into what truly makes the difference between these traits. We start off with Grace. Now, this is her singing back the melody that he just did, but in a much more kind of pure sung way. That's, like I said, sort of Pan's theme. Here is the vocal line where if you choose red, the idea is that Grace is going to be a bit confrontational, a bit in your face. This is the punk rock version, as they say in the game. And so the general idea is her looking at Pan and going, don't tell me what to do. This song is going to end up being a bit of a tug of war between her trusting Pan or her best friend Freddy, or maybe looking at both of them and saying, I don't think either of you can really relate to what I'm going through, so I'm going to go it alone. This is the go it alone. So we hear that tune, but one of the ideas that I had while moving into the kind of final stages of this is that not only should there be differences in the instrumentation that your song selections and choice selections within a song, will imply, but even things like the vocal production. So you'll notice that when she comes in and sings that little Pan theme, na 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 na, with this lyric, I'm not about to just trust you. You barge in and take over the place. She's the reverb is very low. It's a very dry and punchy sound. We have a lot of kind of delays and saturation that are put in there in order to give it an almost pop vocal sound. So here's how that comes off.
I'm not about to just trust you. You barge in and take over the place. I don't know what I must do, but here's what you can do. Get out of my face. I'm doing it right now, aren't I?
You're a natural girl.
So you see, it's really dry. It is like a pop music vocal. So here's, if you had chosen blue instead, forgive the fact that these colors are the opposite, long story, but if you chose blue, the clever choice, you end up with something that's a lot more middle of the road, kind of lush, and a lot more sort of in a space.
How the hell did you find me? This is the weirdest night I've ever had. And you say I have powers? How could this possibly turn out bad? Am I doing it now?
So you see, there is a bit of that delay, but it's more reeled in, and it's also got a much more even-keeled kind of quality to its reverb. It's not so obviously in your ear the way the red one was. If you chose green, the charming one, which is the one that's sort of tilting towards Freddy, we end up with something that's even more spacious, and as we go, it becomes almost ethereal. The idea being that it's lush and it's beautiful. It's meant to be pathetic.
Freddy, he's got me shaking. I don't know what I'm meant to do. Something in me's awakened. But this goat guy thinks I'm some great ingenue. I'm doing it now, huh?
Yeah. So you see, the differences are, they're actually pretty not subtle, especially when I isolate them like that. One of the things that I also, in addition to just how the voices sound, being a way that the player can really feel the choice that they've made and not just sort of know it, is by altering what the backing tracks sound like. So, very, very crucially, Red always has this prominent electric bass. And you can see there's a fair bit going on in terms of the saturation, the trusty old Sound Toys Devil Lock. So here is how the Red without the vocals sounds. So it's pretty simple, but you can feel there's an edginess. It's dry, it's punchy. The drums, there's a lot of emphasis on the low end, the kick and the toms. It's got a impact. That's what it's all about. Now, in contrast, we go over here to the clever choice, the blue choice. First off, this is all about clarinet instead of the electric bass. So the clarinet solo is up here, recorded by the great Andy Leonard. And one of the things that I also wanted to make a recurring quality of the clever is that it's not just that you hear clarinet, but it's always got this chromatic kind of borderline jazzy quality where it's, na-na-na. And so here's how that one sounds. And there's a little less emphasis on percussion, although with the nature of this song, you don't feel that difference quite as much here, but you'll see a bit what I mean. And nice bit of upright bass from my dear friend Eric Snoza. So what if you had chosen Charming? Well, this is the one where we go with the least amount of percussion, sometimes and very often none. There's often a bit of synth design and sound that have been added, and pads and things like that. And then the signature instrument, where if it's electric bass in the red and if it is the clarinet in the blue, then here our signature instrument is the harp. Beautifully recorded by Niall Wilson. So here's that. So you see no percussion whatsoever, so that you end up with a kind of a spectrum of vocal production qualities, instrumentation possibilities, and then a general mix sensibility. So that was a very truncated look at this for Save and Sound. Thank you so much. I might post a fuller length version of this later, but I really hope that you enjoyed it, and thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Mick and I'm a sound designer. A few years ago, Santa Regione, an Italian indie game studio, asked if I want to provide some sounds for a game that they were making. The game was called Saturnalia, and it's a horror game where a strange creature haunts the streets and tight alleyways of a Sardinian town set during the 80s. Santa Regione had populated the game already with a lot of placeholders which filled out much of the soundscape, but got me involved for a couple of weeks to help them better craft the atmosphere that they wanted. Alongside my involvement, they also teamed up with another sound designer, David, who provided the creature sounds, and Nicolo, who did the theme music. So my focus was the ambience as well as some of the UI and conversation systems. To give the presentation a dusty and unsteady feeling that suited the 80s period, I wanted the whole thing to feel a bit like a worn out cassette. To achieve this, I got out my trusty 4-track recorder along with ambiences I'd recorded previously in Malta, and I started processing tape loops. There wasn't a lot of time and resource to go super detailed for these sounds, so I opted to take a minimalist and impressionistic approach. I really leaned into the tape imperfections, all the hiss, saturation, and imperfect loop points you get with this old analog technology. I wanted the town to feel empty, so everyone here had shut themselves away and the street should feel like eerily silent. The absence of sound and music during exploration I think works quite well, contrasted against David's creature sounds, which are loud and expressive. Another inspiration was Silent Hill 2, where for the most part all you hear are the rhythmically mechanical lo-fi footsteps of the era, set against the more sophisticated drones and textures from the composer. Its simplicity is, I think, what gives it an uncanny feeling. Perhaps for the player, if the audio presentation is so minimal, it feels like there's less places to hide, and it kind of shrinks the play space, making it feel more claustrophobic. There's a few landmark areas with their own sounds, such as the altar, as well as a few other areas that we felt needed their own feeling. A lot of the exploration sounds are kind of randomized, and some of the ambiences sound quite musical and tonal in places, which I feel the game could use more of. Another thing to note is that some of the soundscapes like this are made up of some traditional Sardinian folk instruments, which also found their way into the creature sounds from David. For the clue menu I used vocal sounds. It's supposed to kind of represent an inner monologue. You get these little kind of vocal whisperers which feel like kind of echoes of thoughts. For the conversation system, Pietro, the game director, wanted it to feel like the characters were whispering to each other. The studio at one point had recorded some test video, which I used and cut into tiny little snippets, and I surrounded it with deeper sounds, which were recorded at high saturation into tape, so they sound very kind of like broken and kind of distorted, which I then filtered and bit reduced later on. So yeah, that basically covers my involvement on the project. I did a few other little bits and pieces, but it was really kind of a collaborative effort. And while I think it's maybe not as detailed or as technically sophisticated as it could be, I do think that what is here does carry a lot of character, and I think it sounds quite distinct. Cheers, thanks for watching.
Se pensi che l'anima non ha a finire, bisogna morire, bisogna morire, bisogna morire. È un sogno la vita che parsi gradita, è breve il gioire, bisogna morire. Non val medicina, non giova la china, non si può guarire, bisogna morire, bisogna morire, bisogna morire. I giovani putti, gli uomini tutti sanno incenerire, bisogna morire. I sani, gli infermi, i bravi, gli inermi, tutto hanno a finire, bisogna morire. Chi cerca ristoro nel vizio, nell'oro, li vede svanire, bisogna morire, bisogna morire, bisogna morire. Oh, morte crudele a tutti fedele, ognuno si vergogna a morire, bisogna morire, bisogna morire, bisogna. Bisogna morire,
Hey there, I'm Claudio Beck, the composer and sound designer of Stray Fawn Studio, and I'm here to talk about the soundtrack of The Wandering Village. This game isn't your usual city building experience. It's about crafting your settlement on the back of a colossal wandering creature. And there's more to it. You're not just building for fun, but to survive in a world infested with toxic spores. As you construct your home, you're also forming a crucial bond with the giant creature to thrive together in this challenging environment. To figure out where to begin, I first immersed myself in the game's world. At the time I started working on the project, there was no gameplay yet, but what we did have was a lot of gorgeous concept art, done by our lead artist Stephanie. Adding to this, the team and I also had several discussions where we talked about the emotional beats of the game. Based on my insights and discussions, I decided on the musical style and themes, a mixture of folk-inspired music, ambient, and smooth jazz of the 80s, with modern production techniques. Folk music brings a tangibility to the world. Ambient and smooth jazz evoke the media that inspired the game. Whilst the production techniques keep the sound fresh. The game's storyline and world have a profound impact when composing its soundtrack. A central aspect that guides the tone of the music is the desire to evoke the sense of awe and togetherness of the villagers and the colossal creature named Umbu. Additionally, the ever-changing locations within the game play a significant role as well. As the creature roams through diverse environments, the music needs to adapt and reflect these shifts. This influences the selection of instruments, tonalities, and rhythms. Ensuring that the soundtrack harmonizes with the visual and narrative changes. The approach I chose involved selecting instruments that could be crafted by the in-game villagers. This choice extends to both the soundtrack and sound design. I was aiming to infuse a tactile and organic quality. In this way, the music and sounds connect directly with the game and add to the immersive experience. So I looked for 3 instruments that would form the foundation of the main theme, but also reappear in various forms across the entirety of the soundtrack. The resounding taiko drums, echoing the rhythm and pace of the wandering Umbu, paralleling its movement throughout the world. The Bulgarian choir, on the other hand, embodies the villagers' relentless pursuit of growth and survival. The haunting notes of the shakuhachi flute symbolize the vigilant birds observing the unfolding events from above. To amplify the sense of wonder and otherworldliness, I introduced a range of synthesizer pads. These ethereal pads provide a diverse spectrum of sounds, serving as a versatile backdrop that underpins the unique atmospheres of the various biomes within the game. As I kept working on the soundtrack, I broadened the range of sounds I was using. The inclusion of an array of percussion instruments from both Eastern and Indian traditions added depth and diversity to the evolving soundscape. Additionally, I introduced the distinctive E-piano sound, reminiscent of the classic Yamaha DX7 synthesizer. Infusing a touch of the iconic 80s vibe. A memorable theme taps into players' emotions, creating a powerful link between the music and the narrative. When the music aligns with the mood and tone of the scene, it amplifies them, whether it's excitement, tension, joy, or melancholy. As I started working on the main theme, I reminded myself that a strong and catchy melody is key. I aimed to make a tune that players could easily remember and hum, creating an instant connection that stuck with them even after they stopped playing. I kept in mind that sticking to a consistent theme brings familiarity, but adding variations as the game unfolds adds depth and avoids monotony. In this way, I keep the players interested and engaged. Themes that share musical elements across different tracks maintain a sense of unity in the soundtrack. These recurring motifs create a cohesive audio experience that ties together different parts of the game. Collaboration with my team was a cornerstone of the process. Their feedback and insights helped shape the direction of the music, and their expertise helped integrate it into the game. Making sure I could communicate my musical intentions was really important. But since music doesn't translate easily into spoken words, I took the following approach. To set the mood and atmosphere, I began by collecting audio references that matched the game's aesthetics and emotions. This assisted in capturing the intended tone and guiding my musical direction. After that, I started composing sketches. This could just be simple melodies, chords, or rhythm patterns that capture what I had in mind. Then I shared these early sketches with the development team. Their feedback helped me see if I was on the right track, and their insights sometimes led to new ideas. Using their input, I improved the sketches by adding more layers and complexity. Next, I collaborated with the game's programming team to integrate the music into the game engine. This involved configuring cues, triggers, and interactive systems for music playback. Then, I playtested the game and made tweaks as necessary to achieve the desired impact. This collaborative and iterative process allowed us to create a harmonious marriage between music and gameplay, adding another step in bringing the game's world to life. Guided by the narrative's themes of unity, resilience, and growth, and inspired by the world and gorgeous visuals of the Wandering Village, I crafted music that will hopefully resonate and enhance players' emotional connection to the game.
Tangible.
Is back.
Awesome.